remember, I'm going to go a few minutes late then.
That's okay.
Yeah. So don't be walking up here.
Sorry. I don't know what happened, but his OneDrive didn't get updated with the slides for Aaron. So I am moving it over now. I'm so glad I looked at that.
Good morning. We're going to be starting in just about 2 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're already running a couple minutes late, and my boss is not happy. I hope everyone had a great night last night. We all worked hard yesterday during the day. We had a lovely reception. We heard from some very inspiring young men. We saw a new book that was just released about stories of comebackers. We'll hear more about it later today from Dr. Matt Bergman. But right now, I am pleased and honored to introduce Dr. Aaron Thompson. He's the president of the Kentucky Council on Post-Secondary Education, and he's a passionate advocate for higher education and specifically for adult learners. As a first-generation college student from rural Clay County, Kentucky, Dr. Thompson experienced firsthand the transformative power of a college credential. And as president of the Council on Post-Secondary Education, he works to ensure that all Kentuckians have an equal opportunity to improve their lives through post-secondary education. Before taking the helm at CPE, Dr. Thompson served as interim president of Kentucky State University, and he served in several other roles there. Dr. Thompson has written extensively on diversity, cultural competence, first-year experience programs, retention, student success, and a lot of other topics. He's a very sought-after national speaker. In 2019, he was inducted into the Kentucky Civil Rights Hall of Fame. Dr. Thompson received his doctoral degree in sociology from the University of Kentucky with an emphasis on organizational leadership, and I think it's paying off for Kentucky. It's my deep honor to welcome Dr. Thompson to this podium. Please help me.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, let's wake up. What a good-looking group of people. Welcome to the second day. How was yesterday? Good? You guys need to be lively. Maybe that's what's wrong. We're not getting enough adult learners back in the group because you guys aren't loud enough, right? How was yesterday? There you go. I'm quite sad that I didn't get a chance to be here. I was doing other stuff, but I am quite happy to be here this morning. I'm also quite happy to be a part of the conversation in Kentucky. Whether or not I'm president, it's kind of a little bit beside the point with this statement. Bottom line, we're not going to get where we need to go if we care about Kentucky unless we focus on this topic. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. The item that we know more than anything else, for us to get fifth from the bottom in poverty, we're going to have to get more people engaged in post-secondary education. Over the last year, I spent way over 12 months talking to over 3,000 people about why higher education matters. It was quite amazing to me to hear from all age groups that, in fact, they really didn't know. First of all, they didn't know how to afford to go to college in many cases. Second of all, they really didn't fully understand the value of college. And number three, they didn't think they could afford it. We're called, all of us who care about this conversation in Kentucky, to think about all the aspects that it's going to take to make it happen. Some of you know these numbers already, but for the last 12 years, we've been cut significantly in higher education. And we've had to depend on tuition, and we had to depend on students being on our campus and staying on our campus to make it happen. And we'll talk a little bit in a minute about the 60% by 30 goal that we have. And we're going to talk about why that is important, not only to educate our population, but to in fact increase the economic livelihood of Kentucky. And it's crucial to me that I lay out a set of priorities that I'll mention that tries to get us there. It's crucial to me that we're laser focused on getting ourselves there. And what I do know is that even though we're hoping, please, that we get money in higher education this year from the General Assembly, as the governor has proposed, and more, that we in fact still understand that that alone will not get us to where we need to go. We're going to have to get our campuses filled with students and students that will stay. There's only 4 ways that I know that's going to get us to where we need to go in that aspect. One is we've got to get a higher college going rate than the 51.7% of our graduating high school students that's moving forward. Number 2, we're going to have to increase our degree and credential output. In other words, we're going to have to raise those rates. We got to focus on student success heavily. Number 3, we got to get, these are not in order, but I'm saving the best for last just for you. Number 3, we have to get more out-of-state students that will come to the state and stay in the state. We need to increase that amount about 40%. And number 4, if we don't grab this 1.2 million adult learners to get them re-engaged or engaged in higher education, and I'll show you some startling data that my team put together that talks about that, then it's impossible, even if we did the first 3, to get us where we need to go. So this is truly about the moral obligation we have, at least the way I'm thinking about it, but moreover, it's about truly thinking about where Kentucky's going to be at in 10 years if we don't do something. So we are focused heavily on this, and I appreciate you being a part. I want to thank a few people. First of all, I want to thank my staff. You know, I see Randy back there who's been working really hard, right? I want to thank Heather, Melissa, Lee, all the people that kind of got us here that worked really hard, and they did work hard. I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out, so I thank you all. You know, I thank the Graduate Network. I thank Lumina, who are good friends of mine, who cares about what we're trying to do in Kentucky and who's willing to back us. So this conversation is about adult learners, no doubt, but it's also about equity. It's also about economic development. It's also about workforce development. And you can't separate these things. If we leave anybody behind or don't engage all, we're not going to get anywhere close. So right now my staff is thinking, Melissa Young, who's my lead writer, is saying you need to probably get to a point where you're looking at the slides, and I will. But it's important for me to charge you at the end of this day that you go out and do something different than you did before, no matter how well you think you've been doing things. It's important that you have an obligation to think about success, not just for those adult learners, but for Kentucky and for your department or unit that you're a part of. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being engaged. I am delighted to be the first speaker of the day. I'm also delighted to be the president of the Council on Post-Secondary Education. Not a lot of people know what that is, but I can just tell you we impact you if you're in Kentucky at all in higher education. We impact you every day, but only in good ways. We don't do anything bad, you know? And several years ago, we started focusing on this attainment process, knowing that there's a direct correlation between educational attainment, that's a post-secondary credential at any level or higher, to get us where we needed to go. Now, Lumina set this out, as you all know, years ago, that talked about 60% by 25. Well, not a lot of people are going to reach that, but we decided that we were going to put all effort in and give ourselves a strategic way of thinking about it, a realistic way of thinking about it. So we set the attainment goal, which we're talking about here in Kentucky, 25 to 64, 60% by 2030. And this is crucial to us, once again, as I said earlier, to think about exactly where Kentucky needs to go and how we're going to get there, and then what we're going to do when we get there. We're not going to rely on our laurels. I think I'll be here by 2030. What do you guys think? Yeah, maybe not, okay? I'm going to try to be somewhere. So let's consider the average age of the traditional college student. Many of us think about this, and we found this out on a listening tour. When people talk about college, they have this idea that they're talking about going to a four-year institution whereby they would have to be in a residence hall and do all that kind of stuff. Well, college in Kentucky is that post-secondary credential or higher at any level. And we've got to figure out exactly what we're talking about and what we're thinking about doing that, and we've got to sell it at this level. These dollars we got from Lumina is helping us to focus on how we get to adult learners to let them know how to come back. That doesn't fit into that rubric, but in fact, how they can come back in a way. I think I've got this, right? Yeah, thank you. See, you should have told me that. They never tell me anything. But how they can see themselves being engaged or re-engaged in higher education. If you look on this, what you'll find out is that this idea of the traditional age population group may not be exactly what the traditional used to be nationally. 40% are 25 or older, 49% are financially independent, 25% are parents. Let me be clear about that too. And this is especially true in Kentucky when I get to this slide in a second. What we know is that you may be under 25, but you may have all the aspects of an adult learner. You may have a child you're taking care of, a parent you're taking care of. You may have grandparents you're taking care of. There's all kinds of things that replicate that, so this number that we use, this age number, somewhat is artificial and spurious. That's what we use because it's a measurement tool, and I get it. But in fact, many of the students who fall under 25 will look a lot like an adult learner. 64% work while attending school. I'm a first-generation high school student. I had to work through college. And you can't tell now, but I used to be a heck of an athlete. Yeah. Okay, you guys got to wake up. I'm known to get people engaged, but not you all. Come on. But it was hard to play athletics because I wasn't that traditional age ideal. And many of our students are doing that now in high school and clearly college. 37% attend part-time. If you don't believe me, ask our KCTCS. The majority of their populations do. 36% experience food insecurity. And we found this out throughout Kentucky. We found even the homeless people that are trying to get to college to make a better way of life. So let's look at Kentucky. What we find out in Kentucky, we are on average a little bit younger, but that doesn't mean that we're less adult learner with that in mind. In 2019, we know that 34% of all post-secondary students in the state at the 2 and 4 year level were over the age of 25. While 18 to 24-year-olds still comprise the largest population, this enrollment, look at this figure, this enrollment is going down. Kentucky is having a depletion by numbers of that traditional age population group graduating from high school. And as I said a minute ago, depletion or going down of those that are attending college. And we're going to grab those too. But it is going down. The adult learner percent is going up. You also may be surprised that half of all degrees and credentials in 18 and 19 were awarded to students over the age of 25. Now, this is largely due to KCTCS doing an excellent job. All my KCTCS people out there, I love you. But you all responded to Kentucky. You looked at what was needed to be done to get more of these people back engaged in a short-term credential or other credentials that help them get in the workforce. We started out this conversation a little about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, where we had over 200,000 middle-skilled jobs that needed to be filled. KCTCS stepped up to the plate, and we got that down to 16,000. Still got a long way to go. But let me be clear, we can't get there just on short-term credentials. We have to get more baccalaureate degrees and other degrees to really get where we need to go. So we have this attainment goal that I mentioned a few minutes ago. And somehow we've got to figure out how to think about this once again to the economic value of Kentucky. And what I do know, since the Great Recession, nearly all the jobs created required that you have some post-secondary education. The high-paying jobs, whether they're in manufacturing or not, are moving overseas. So the high school diploma alone cannot get you or Kentucky where it needs to go. And as you all know, by 2030, probably most of the jobs that will exist will be jobs not yet created. So we've got to also include all these employability outcomes that are needed, those skills people call soft, I call essential, to be a part of not only the baccalaureate degrees, but also our associate degrees, whether they're in technical or transfer or even in the short-term degree. You're going to have to be able to communicate and work with people that are different than you. So these are all things that we have to include as we think about moving forward. With just over 10 years left in 2030, we are on track, and I appreciate you getting us there. It wasn't that long ago, if you look at us there in 2000, look where we were at. 2015, we were at 45%. And it's going to take about 1.7 percentage points increase per year to get us to that 60% mark. I'm happy to say that in the last 2 years, this is an academic phrase, by the way, you'll get this, we've been kicking butt. Last year was 4 percentage points. And once again, I appreciate all those who are here that have concentrated on that, because as money went down, our degrees output went up, and there's no direct correlation there, I will tell you. It just means that we had to raise tuition, which now we are concerned about the affordability issue to make money happen, and we had to change our items around, cut to the bone, shift our dollars in a way that we focus on those outputs that are good to Kentucky and good for Kentucky. There's some demographic changes ahead, though, and I want to be real. As you may not be able to tell, I'm an African-American guy from eastern Kentucky. I'm a hill guy. I'm proud to be from the country. We've seen ourselves as a mainly white population, and indeed we are, but guess what? Nationally it's changing, and Kentucky is changing. So we cannot use the same methodology we did 2 years ago, Jenny Sawyer, right? Jenny's at Louisville, a good friend of mine. I'll just call her out. When we're out recruiting people, we're going to have to think about all the folk that didn't look like that population we recruited ages ago. And I used to be the head of enrollment management at a campus a couple, 2 or 3 decades ago. And I will tell you how we did business then, and we're still doing it that way now. We cannot continue to do it. But Kentucky is not the only state that is looking to be progressive. So for us in Kentucky, I like being number one, and we're going to be progressive. Let's be really, really aggressive with that progressive behavior, right? And obviously, you know about the low birth rates that's happened since the Great Recession. This will matter too, but those population groups that are increasing are those increasing that are of color in many ways. Many are low income, first generation. Many will experience the immigrant experience on the campus. And if we somehow disenfranchise those at the quote unquote traditional age, once again, we'll have another uphill battle to go trying to get them back engaged as an adult learner. So for us to reach our attainment goal, we've set a set of what we call items that will give us a direction on how we need to go. Once again, I'm going to give props to my data and analytics team who put together this you need to follow when we get here, this very complicated set of slides, but you guys are smarter than I am, so you'll get it. So we're going to have to concentrate on items like our college going rate, our retention rate, and our graduation rate. So this team ran a set of scenarios, whereas we're looking at this starting at where our baseline is now, which is 45.5%. So let's say that we're able to raise Kentucky college going rate, and let's say we do everything we need to do to get it way beyond this 51.7% that we have. So if you look at that, that's only going to raise the attainment goal by a short amount, from 45% to 48%. If you throw in retention for the traditional age cohort, by the way, wouldn't you love at the federal government we changed the way we measure graduation rates and retention rates to really include those things that we really look at, like transfer students, part-time students, and so on, but we don't have that yet. We're working on it. So let's say we increase our retention rates from 75 to 80% at our four-year institutions and from 50 to 60% at our KCTCS institution. We would still only move 1 percentage point in this attainment goal. You remember my big 4 points earlier, right? How we need to get where we need to go. What about if we increase our graduation rate? If we moved graduation rates in Kentucky from 54 to 60% at our universities and from 31 to 40% at KCTCS, by the way, these are monumental movements, if you don't know. We would still only get to 50%. So what's the last one you remember? Last but not least? So we figured out that a much easier route to get where we need to go is to engage this 1.2 million people I mentioned earlier. Those that may have no college or some college credit. We can't get, if we do this, we get to our 60% goal. Some of you know that I'm a statistician by trade and I live on data and analytics. But we just can't say, and we talk about we're data driven all the time. We have to be data driven, but we have to put strategies and continuous improvement around these analytics to get where we need to go. So we know for a fact that we have no choice but to be deeply engaged in re-engaging and engaging this population group. We also have to get serious about addressing the educational inequities, because the population, as I said earlier, is becoming more diverse. By 2060, the number of multiracial Americans is expected to triple. In Kentucky, minorities comprise about 10% of our population back in 2000, but 20 years later, we're 15% of color. So this graph shows the percentage of Kentucky adults with at least an associate degree by race and ethnicity. The gap between white and Latinx Kentuckians is 8.1%. The gap between white and black Kentuckians is 8.8%. We have no choice but to work with P12 True Enough to close these gaps, because the latest data are showing that they're expanding. We have to do a better job in Kentucky and our post-secondary institutions to focus on this gap. Now, I'm proud to say we're going to not rely on our laurels. As some of you know, I believe if we're going to do it in Kentucky, let's be the state that does it better and first. Kentucky, in the last 5 years, we increased our credential attainment by 11%, even with the downturn of the economy in the past and with no money coming to higher ed. I'm proud to say with our underrepresented minorities, that was 27%. a huge gap closing in Kentucky for post-secondary. If you include low income with students of color, it was 23%. But our adult population, we have fallen. That's a gap also. And not only is it an achievement gap in many cases when we get them, it's also an opportunity gap that we have to focus on. So when I took over this job, I knew that we were going to have to get to a point of where we focused ourselves, as I mentioned earlier. So we took a very good strategic agenda that had a lot of input from across the state, from everybody, that I still am proud of that agenda, but we took it and boiled it down to 4 points that we were going to ask all of our campuses to focus on with their strategic plans. And these 4 priorities are, as you probably already heard about them enough, we know that higher education matters. How many of you have your button on? If you don't have your button on, I think somehow you need to leave the room now. No, you don't. You just need to get one later if you don't have it on. Higher education matters. We've had too many people that did not understand this value proposition. Yes, it matters because it increases your income. We'll talk about that in a second. But it also matters that 90% of those folks that are on Medicaid and SNAP don't have any post-secondary credentials at all. Now keep on going with this. Higher education matters. So for all those that argue that higher education doesn't matter, or that not everybody needs college, well, I'm going to tell you right now, our data just doesn't say that. It says everybody needs college. May not be a 4-year degree, but they need college. So it's up to you to sell this, not just me. And higher education matters at a lot of levels. Some people know I work a lot with students, first-year students especially, and that's adult learners and not, as well as traditional age population groups. So when they come in, we know that as quickly as you can talk to them when they come in your doors about why higher education matters, the greater likelihood that they have of staying with you. But you have to really focus on them. How many of you know when you talk to an adult learner, by telling them it matters to their kids probably more than it matters to them, that increases their emotional integrity toward getting that credential? How many of you knew that? Now you do if you didn't. So we have to really talk about not just the economic output for them, but the intergenerational and the multi-generational outputs that it has. So how we're going to focus on this is obviously with some of the things we talked about. We're going to drive the message. And I appreciate Gabrielle. Where's Gabrielle at? Gabrielle, if you see all these wonderful infographics coming out from me, it is me, not her. No, it's from her. But she's working with David Mahan and the team to put these out. We're going to drive it in talking about these are the things we're going to have to do to get where we need to go. And so David, I appreciate his shop. They did this return on investment report, whereas we followed over 43,000 students who graduated from high school in 2010 for the next 8 years to find out what happened to those students and what kind of return on investment higher education was for them, or if they didn't go, and many didn't go, about 32% didn't go to college at all, what were the impacts they had on not only their lives, but also the lives of the other people in the state, because they are tax-paying people. And this is some of the things. It's a big report. I hope you go and get it. I don't have time to talk about it today. But we found out about, in many cases, they didn't come close to paying what the cost or the sticker price of higher education was. For an example, if you got an associate degree, you paid a significant amount less, about $30,000 actually for that associate degree, than what the sticker price said, which was significantly more. And you paid about $55,000 for the baccalaureate degree. We are a high-age state, and we need to leverage that in the message that we give our students to come back. We saw that just a few years out, college graduates were making $8,000 to $12,000 more per year than high school graduates. Just a few years out. We only had an 8-year window here. And we know that projections out that person with a baccalaureate degree will make about $1.2 million more than that high school degree holder. An associate degree earner will make about $422,000 more. Now, these are real data in Kentucky. This is not just coming out of the Georgetown study in DC. These are us. But we also have to recruit influencers. And that's what we're doing with this grant we got from Lumina. Once again, I really appreciate those that are here with us, having this conversation with us. And I want to just call out a couple of folk that we're working with, a couple of campuses, like Hazard, Jefferson, and Madisonville Community Colleges. Where are you? Yeah. So this Adult Promise grant we received from Lumina, we are working with these folks to really implement an ambassador program. And this ambassador program literally goes out in partnership with the Graduate Network to talk about how we recruit these adult learners to come back to us. And we are talking to a variety of folks to be our ambassadors. We're talking to employers, we're talking to governmental officials, we're talking to them, we're giving them lapel pins. We'll do anything that will take to help them, to help us spread the word about adult recruitment. Now let's move on to the second priority. We've got to make it more affordable. People say all the time we're a high-aid state, and the return on investment report saying it's a good deal that you make, but I promise you, there are many of our students, even though they may be able to get a lot of aid, they're not getting enough to live on every day or support their families or do a variety of other things. We've got to make college more affordable. I'm happy to say my first full year in this job, we raised tuition only about 2.2%, which was the lowest in the last couple of decades. But as campuses are getting more cuts, that's tough to maintain. They've got to get money somehow. And we've only been, in the last 10 years, allowing them to raise tuition to a point where they're covering just 60% of their cost. This is not really investment. But we can no longer look to cut to the bone, or we're no longer able to raise tuition at such a large amount that we are not letting students become a part of us, and we still say that we have an open access system for many of them. We don't if they can't or feel like they can't afford to go. So we are going to do several things that may have an effect on adult learners. We're going to examine our online pricing to make sure that it's friendly to adults and targeted to certain adults, whether they are returning workers or employers are paying for them to go, or whether they are many of the adult ed people that still don't have a GED that needs to move on to college. We've got to be more focused on what we're doing in this particular area. We cannot price people out of having easy access to education. We've got to increase aid to adult learners. We have to be focused there. We're increasing aid to our low-income folks and other folk that we want to be re-engaged in higher education and stay engaged. This is an area where we have to go also. We need to consider some debt forgiveness programs. When I was at Kentucky State, we did a few of that. And by the way, we're not talking about a lot of money. And if you get them to stay in, or if you get them to come back because somehow they had a $2,000 bill they didn't pay for 15 years ago and can't get re-engaged, then that barrier is silly. We've got to figure out how to think about this. But we also are going to have to maximize what we do with our employers. And let me tell you, our veterans and our military people are low-hanging fruit. We've got, when I say military friendly, I'm not talking about just saying that we're open to all people who served in the military because we appreciate your service. I'm saying let's put our money where our mouths are. Let's open our doors. And we've got to, and we've started this in Kentucky, and I'm happy to say so, that we've got to do a better job of getting employers engaged with us on the front end and not the back end of this conversation. And that means that we may have to work with them to develop competency-based programming as well as other items that helps us to get back to where we need to go. And we know that you heard yesterday from Ivy Tech and Wayne State how they're doing some of their debt forgiveness programs, and how they are even giving students some money back to be successful. The third priority is on student success. This is the equity priority. We have to really be able to use our demographics, our knowledge to focus on just not the achievement gaps, but the opportunity gaps. What are we providing based on a traditional age method of doing business? And how many people are we leaving out because of that? We have too many first-generation students of color that we're disenfranchising when they come to our campus. If we get them to our campuses, we haven't changed our pedagogical processes. We haven't done a lot of the things that we need to do to make them feel included. And the analogy that I give fairly often, because people get all these words mixed up, so I want to give you an analogy so you'll know exactly what they are. Diversity is an aspect of the population. It talks about the demographics of that person in many cases. Cultural competence is really a measurement. It talks about how well you are able to, in fact, use diversity to the benefit of that student and the campus. It's a measurement process, just like writing competencies and reading competencies. And in Kentucky, I'm happy to say our diversity policy is focused heavily on making sure that all of our campuses are able to measure cultural competence. But also think of it this way, as a dance. Diversity means that you invite a variety of people based on their demographics and social ideologies to come to the dance. Inclusion is you ask them all to dance. Equity is you teach them all to dance. Not everybody can be as good of a dancer as I am. I'm an athlete and a great dancer. But the idea that we have to understand what we're doing with all those categories to get where we need to go. We've heard from Complete College America, the Lumina Foundation, and all of those others that's concentrating on adult learners, and adults need accelerated terms, year-round, evenings, weekends, a variety of ways that we can get them engaged online, whatever it takes. So we're going to have to get out of the silos we've created in this area. Advising and mentoring are especially important. We know that if you're traditional or quote-unquote a returning student, mentoring actually has a huge effect on the lives of all of these students. And many of you have had a mentor. So how do we get to a point where we become a mentor, not just to do our job, but how are we connecting with one or two people that helps us to get where we need to go? The last priority I'll talk about concerns academic quality. We fairly often say, well, I know what we're giving really has all the pieces that we need to have. That in fact, we are doing critical thinking. We're doing problem solving. We're doing all of those other items that we argue that we are. But unless we're able to measure those and show those, then it's kind of hard to say we have quality. Quality can be measured. Don't let people say it can't be. So a good way that we need to think about this, obviously, goes to making sure that our programs are full of what we call those essential outcomes that are crucial to where we need to go, that we have programs that align with the needs of adult learners, that they are connected with good student support services and advising, and so on. You know, Project Graduate is what we have at CPE, and I'm happy to say you all have opened your doors to many of these returning students with hours that they didn't know how to use to get a certificate or a degree, and we've right now reached over 3,000 of those students, and we will continue to push that and push it harder even. We also have 15 campuses working with the Institute for Higher Education Policies on Degrees When Due, which focuses on proven strategies and best practices for adult re-engagement and completion. We are also encouraging institutions to develop clear degree pathways. What we know is that many people like to know what they do next. We just assume that they have those sorts of knowledge bases to be independent and we can just roll with the flow. They're adults, they know how to choose. Well, no, I mean, if you're like me, when I go to a menu in a restaurant, give me about 6 items and I'll always choose one that I like. Give me 100 items and whatever I choose will not be as good as what you have across the table. We've got to focus on how we are connecting their backgrounds, their courses, with the direction for an output. We also need to develop more relationships and partnerships with employers like Trilogy Healthcare and East and Westbrook Construction, who you'll be hearing from later on today, and we appreciate them being here. So in closing, and I have times, because we started late, I told my staff, don't you tell me to get off, because, at the time, and cut my time short. So whoever's coming up after me, Dan, sorry. I want to talk about our commitment to you and to what we're doing. These are just not words, and for those who know me and know my staff, I'm not very good at saying stuff that I don't back up. So this is about you making a commitment to making this happen too. This is about us doing this in partnerships. This is about no excuses, maybe some reasons we can't do certain things, but no excuses ever. This is about talking about what we can do versus what we can't do. I'd rather be in a system where we just are assuming people are opting out versus we're trying to automatically get them to opt in. I'd rather weed in than to weed out. So how are we doing what we're doing on our campuses to holistically look at driving these things that we find to be important? With that in mind, for the next few minutes, I'm going to take a couple of questions. If I don't have the answers, I will lie to you. No, I won't. But I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
So you mentioned briefly performance metrics. Is the CPE considering some performance metrics that would give institutions credits for successfully moving part-time students through the pipeline?
We're in the process now. We come back, some of you know we have the performance funding model that we implement. It was designed by the legislature with the presidents at the table, and I was one of the people at the table at the time. But we're going to be bringing folk back in July. What I plan on putting as a discussion item, I can't tell you what they'll decide to do. I plan on putting as a discussion item those pockets that we haven't been able to move to get us where we need to go. As you can tell, I set these slides up with that in mind. We've got to focus on those things that matter. Part-time, we are looking at, I'm looking at Lee and David, we're looking at a way we can start measuring completion rates that includes all those versus those standardized iPad graduation rates that just makes me mad, right? We've got to look at population groups. This time we are happy to say, because if you notice some driving elements, we didn't get this gap closing by not being conscious of what we were doing, right? They're in the performance funding model, folk, as well as the diversity policy. So if we're going to drive what we need to drive, we need to be thinking about where we haven't driven as much as the old roads we plowed. Now, I'm not saying we still shouldn't go on those old roads, but I'm saying we may want to explore new places with it. So the answer is, you know I'm going to be talking about it. Yes. Other questions? If I was down there, I could get my steps in, couldn't I?
With things like performance funding on the horizon, is there anyone in that work group that is going to take into account more holistic individual college situations? For instance, we're on a border with Tennessee, our college. Many of our students transfer or even transfer before they graduate or after they graduate with us with non-Kentucky schools. Also, we have a large student population that is on a military base, so they're very transient, and they may only be coming to us to get one class for promotion, or all of those things, of course, affect our performance base and make it look like we're not as great as we really are. Awesome. So is that, are those conversations happening in those conversations that are regarding performance-based funding?
Well, we start to officially come back with the performance-based funding conversations in this July because that's what the law says. But the answer is yes. Let me tell you what we've done so far this year. For an example, we used to have our out-of-state tuition rate at two times the amount of in-state, or 2.5 times. We just reduced that to 1.3 times. And that, in fact, if you wanted to concentrate on specific people like military, you just have to write an MOA with us, and I'll give you that opportunity to go lower if you want. So this is on your back, right? We cut down those barriers to get you there. Now, how are you going to get yourselves there? That's one thing. The performance-based funding is that we do have it included that any student, doesn't matter, as long as you get them a credential or degree or hours. Right now we're measuring it in those 30-hour terms, but we also are measuring student credit hours to a degree. You're getting some funding for that. My point being is that what you have to do is open yourselves up enough and take enough risk to get them in your walls. You'll get the response that you need from that. But you'll also get, I mentioned, tuition dollars. So we have cut this year those barriers for you to reach out and do that and be okay with it. One more question, they told me. Yes.
This is more of a comment on that second bullet point, but this really hits home for my family, my husband's family. He's a first-generation student and the only one of his siblings to go to college, and I've talked extensively with them. They all work in kind of trades and things like that. I've tried to pitch the Work Ready Scholarship to them, and none of them are interested in going to college. None of them really think they need it at all. And I've tried to talk to them about it and try to change their mind. And I think that might be a potential obstacle for just some very stubborn adults who think they don't need it. They've got a job, they make plenty of money, what they think anyway. But I don't really have a question. It's more of just an observation that I've made in my family. They're down in Monroe County, and they just are happy with where they are. And I don't know how we could change their minds, basically.
You know, of course, I got a comment to your non-question, but this is what I know. You should get the return on investment report to show them exactly, let them see real numbers. The second thing you can tell them is, guess who lost their jobs with the Great Recession? And we can't forever keep at this economic movement system that we have now, right? It's just going to change. And the people that lost their jobs were those people that thought they would never lose their jobs. That's because they didn't have any sort of post-secondary education that their employers felt they could be retrained to get. So bottom line, we have data that can help you. And David Mahan, where are you? Raise your hand. He knows everything. You talk to him, he'll give you what you need to get you there. Okay? I'm going to introduce our next speaker, but I want to first of all say thank you. It's what a pleasure it is to be the head of higher education for Kentucky and to be a part of this conversation. But I thank you because you are where the rubber meets the road. And without a doubt, I've been to many of your campuses multiple times, but would love to visit you more. And if you do, you have to buy me stuff. But still, I appreciate us being a partner with you. Our next speaker is Dan Ash, and he's the research director for the Graduate Network's Bridging the Talent Gap Employer and Employee Engagement Initiative. And I have to tell you, I work with Beth Davidson in this state on doing things, and what an excellent resource she is in Kentucky, and I'm happy to be her partner too. He's an expert in workplace psychology and training and program development. Dr. Ash served as the founding executive director of Metropolitan College, a partnership between UPS, the University of Louisville, and Jefferson Community and Technical College. Since its inception in 1998, Metropolitan College has become a national and international model for education and business partnerships, receiving extensive media coverage on CNN, the Chronicle of Higher Education, the New York Times, U.S. News and World Reports, and the Wall Street Journal. Today, he will discuss effective employer partnerships and facilitate a panel of employers. Welcome, Dr. Ash.
And let's all give Dr. Thompson a big round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. I really do appreciate that. And good morning, everyone. It's great to be back in Kentucky. I ran away from Kentucky about 4 years ago and live in Colorado now, so it feels so good to be back home and to see the trees again. There are no trees in the high desert, or very few to speak of. And thank you, panelists. I'll be introducing them in a moment. But first, I want us to start with a couple of strong ideas in mind. Let's start with the 1.2 million people in Kentucky who do not have, they may have started, they may have never started, but do not have a degree. And I ask you a question that I know everyone is going to know the answer to, whether you've done the research or not. What is the #1 motivation for people who do not have a degree to want to return to or start a degree? We know that the answer to that is that they want to improve their jobs. They want to get a better job. They want to go to a better employer. Whatever it is work related. It is through the lens of work that they do this. That's the #1 reason. Our research bears that out, and virtually everyone's bears that out, that is the #1 reason. Now, that is going to be done through us as educators partnering with employers. This is the one time over these 2 days that you get to hear firsthand from employers and from business experts what we need to do what? To be able to improve or create partnerships between employers and higher education of some sort. Now, when this is done right, it is truly a magnificent experience. As Dr. Thompson mentioned, in my involvement with Metropolitan College, I just looked this up before I came up here, and over 10,000 individuals basically in the Louisville area have now completed their degrees through Metropolitan College with no cost whatsoever. UPS has greatly benefited from this, Kentucky has benefited from this, and more importantly, those individuals who have gone through that program have benefited. So when partnerships work, it's great, which then brings me to the starting point for our panelists. When partnerships work, it's great. So why is it the case, and with Bridging the Talent Gap, we've now been in, I've forgotten bridges, like 21, 22 different cities around the country. We have over 3,500 employers in our database at this point. And when we ask them, do you want to partner, or would you be interested in partnering with and these are from employers, with a local college or university, it is the same response over and over again across the country. 85% say yes. They are interested. They're definitely interested. They want to find out more. But only 15 to 20% of these employers actually have a partnership. We need to ask ourselves why that is the case. And that is sort of our starting point with our panelists. So let me introduce who you're going to be hearing from this morning. Beth, you're the closest to me, so I'm going to start with you. And it's great to see you again, Beth. Beth Davison is the founding executive director of the Kentucky Chamber Workforce Center. The Workforce Center is part of the philanthropic arm of the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce, the state's largest association advocating on behalf of business. Beth joined the Chamber in 2017 to begin building the Workforce Center as its only fully dedicated employee. Since then, the center has grown to a team of 9 and continues to expand their support to employers and efforts in building a stronger workforce. Beth is a lifelong resident of Kentucky, earning her undergraduate degree from the University of Kentucky and an MBA from Sullivan University. She has spent the last 10+ years advocating for workforce in Kentucky and the nation's capital and aligning talent to the strategic plans of business. Beth was honored as a top 40 under 40 and named a top 20 people to know in human resources by Business First Louisville. Previous employers include Greater Louisville, Inc., the Oliver Group, and Sullivan University. Beth also serves as a Workforce Readiness Chair for the Kentucky Society for Human Resource Management. Let's welcome Beth this morning. Todd, and you need to help me with your last name. Schmiedler. Now, as a person whose last name is Ash, I greatly appreciate the need to say the name correctly. So, you know, and you can imagine growing up with the last name of Ash, you know, and how cruel kids were, you know, I won't share what they said. Okay, a little bit about Todd. Todd serves as Trilogy Health Services, Senior Vice President of Foundation and Workforce Development. Todd provides leadership for the workforce development, Trilogy Foundation, Live a Dream Foundation, employee well-being, and community outreach. Wow. Trilogy provides senior living services across 115 Midwest campuses with 16,000 employees. The Trilogy Foundation has increased its impact by awarding 2,994 scholarships in 2019. That's up from 25 scholarships in 2010. Way to go. And 1,687 Employee Emergency Assistance Awards in 2019, up from 41 awards in 2010. Most recently, Todd has developed and implemented the Trilogy Apprentice programs that include CNA, culinary, hospitality, life enrichment. These programs are DOL approved with 6,000 plus employees enrolled. They've awarded 4,727 certifications in 2019, making it the largest healthcare apprentice program in the U.S. and the largest employer-based apprentice program in their 4 states. In June 2019, Trilogy also launched its Trilogy Promise program with free tuition, way to go, for all full-time and part-time employees at Purdue Global's 170 degrees. 526 Trilogy employees have enrolled. Let's welcome Todd this morning. And we have Tim Ernst here this morning. He's a human resources professional with 25 years of experience. I'm sure hoping that we draw from that, Tim. He has worked in healthcare, manufacturing, distribution, and construction. He has a BA and MA from Western Kentucky University and completed doctoral studies in human resources and leadership development at the University of Louisville. He and his wife have been married 20 years. Congratulations, that's an accomplishment. And have 3 children and 2 grandchildren, even more accomplishments. He also has, really? 3 cats. That's pretty good. Let's welcome Tim this morning. Oh, you have a mic. Good. Okay. So let's start with the ideas of partnership. And I would really like for each of you to reflect about this whole notion of employers are really interested in, a vast majority of them are interested in saying, yes, we want to work with local colleges and universities. They want some kind of formal relationship with them, yet only about 15% actually do so. Help us understand that. And Beth, maybe, are you willing to start with this question? Great. Take off.
Well, thank you, Dan, and excited to be on the stage today with you all. You know, I really appreciate, I came a bit early and got to hear Dr. Thompson's charge to you all around the priorities for education. And it just reminded me that, you know, as the Kentucky Chamber, that's our very similar charge to business, is that this is a two-way relationship between employers and education. And for a long time, we've built a system where we put K through 12 here, we put post-secondary here, and we put employers here. And that's not worked for years in a very global, technologically changing economy and society that we live in. And so when we think about the notion of changing completely a culture that's built off of these very divided lines, it was exciting to see the charge for you all to work with employers. But I would say we also owe you that same. And when we built the Workforce Center, it was with that in mind, to get employers to the table, to take action, to work with educators, to build the workforce that they need. And when we think about this notion of comebackers and their need to upskill, which is definitely the word of the day and the need of the day, we have to have employers at the table. But I know that what we do, I have a background in HR. I've hired people. We take old job descriptions, we put a couple fresh bullet points on the end, and then we post them out. And if that's your source of knowing what we need, shame on us. And so when you think of these employers that are willing or want to take action with you that the surveys show, Dan, when we did that same survey back in 2016, we also showed that employers are leaving 50% of their tuition benefits on the table. So there's been a real mismatch between what employers are saying that they need, which is an upskill, but then how they're talking to their own employees about how they can grow and advance their careers through education. And so we've worked really hard to kind of change this as a culture. I'm excited that you're going to get to hear from 2 employers that are the top 5% in our state that know how to attempt to change this. But what we are working with at the Chamber is taking the conversation to employers and getting their signals out of what it is that they actually need, what their demand is, what that competency, skill, and requirement is for those positions, and that where they find bottlenecks in the system that they can go to work for. So I think it's a two-way conversation for sure. I think employers have to be at the table, they have to be actively engaged, but they have to see the return on investment for doing that, and that what the outcome would be for the bottom line of their business. So I'll kind of stop there.
Great.
Good morning. I want to warn you 2 things. First off, I'm battling the Kentucky allergy, so if I have to clear my throat, I apologize up front. Second thing is, I'm extremely opinionated. And I have several friends in this room, and they will attest to it. So I'll start by saying this. I think that today, Mary Gwen just raised her hand. I'll start by saying that, so I've been at Trilogy for 9 years now, and we do value education. So much so that I think we're in a transition that at first when I got there, I used to say that we're a servant leader-based company that happens to be serving seniors. And that is absolutely true. That's our foundation building block. But now I believe that we're a servant leader-based company that educates and serves seniors. Because the reality is for us, our business starts with high-quality, caring employees. That is literally the first thing in our flywheel to success, and we focus extensively on it. So much so that Dan was very gracious to do the introduction. We do have the largest apprentice program in healthcare in the United States after 2 years. We scale. I will tell you, the first 6 years, nobody believed it. Nobody believed that we could scale. Every time I went to them and I said, I'm telling you, I will scale this thing. I need to have a different approach. The approach where I pay per person is a failure on both of our parts. Both of us. It can't continue because you cannot scale. That model is actually stopping scaling because I am not incentivized to scale then. And that's one of the broken pieces of what's going on in education and in the workforce. I do all you can eat deals or I don't do them anymore. So I want everybody in. We have a thing where I called it democratizing opportunities. Why is it that employees on the 3rd shift or minorities or people who are first-time college goers or single parents, people that we know have barriers, why is it that they are negatively impacted by the programs that we have that are equally shared? There were challenges that we have to face internally, and the opportunity for us is to partner with schools and with systems that want to do something in a more creative but effective way. I'll give one example. So we have a culinary apprentice program, roughly, if I had to guess right now, about 1,500 employees in our culinary apprentice program. It's our 2nd largest program behind Nurse Aid. Nurse Aid is the first stepping stone to nursing. And that promise that we used to make in healthcare about if you come be a nurse aide, we'll get you in a nursing school is a lie. And anybody that doesn't believe that, I'll show you the stats. Okay? It's not that we don't want it. It's not there for a lot of those people. I've got 3,500 nurse aide apprentices. Do you think I have 3,500 spots in nursing schools that I'm going to get them into? And I'm small in the scale of things. And so, but our culinary program, we partnered with an outside group, very credible. We don't do anything that's not national recognized industry certifications or college certifications that were created online on demand. So we have a partner, their name is Ruby. They do all of the certifications for Marriott, Ritz-Carlton, Whole Foods, to just name a few. They are legit. We went to JCTC and we said, look, we're going to put a lot of people through this. Can you crosswalk this? Because we don't want it to stop there. We literally named our apprentice track. I mean, it's 4 certifications: Culinary 101, Culinary 102, Culinary 201, Culinary 202. Why do you think we did that? Getting people who otherwise would not see that they can handle college to begin to believe that they could. So we've had, in the first year, we had 19 people get through that program, and I thought it's a complete failure. We doubled down. Last year, we had 211 people get through that program. JCTC crosswalked that curriculum, all of those online modules, which were a lot, for 26 hours of college credit, including OJT, you know, because we do on-the-job competencies also, 26 hours toward their culinary associates in apprenticeship and culinary studies. That's a 64-hour degree. You should be clapping. If you're JCTC, thank you. Look, those people would not go that next step without being able to do the first step. The first step was on us and on finding a provider who could make it easy and efficient and effective for them to be able to get through that program. And we have the leaders on the campus to be able to support them. We have the support system. And our foundation provided almost 3,000 scholarships last year. We had over 500 people in 7 months. 7 months. We launched a program for free tuition for all full and part-time employees. In 7 months, we had over 500 employees enrolled and start classes. Don't tell me there aren't people who want to do it. Yeah. We got to break down the barriers, and sometimes that means we got to be entrepreneurial together.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm in the construction industry. Construction today is where nursing was back in the early 90s. We're robbing Peter to pay Paul. My foreman and my superintendents are looking for somebody to walk through the door that can take a set of plans, and go do it. It's not going to happen. It didn't surprise me when I heard the statistic that 34% of Kentucky's population is 25 years or older. By show of hands, how many of you in here knew exactly what you wanted to do when you graduated high school at the age of 18?
You mean by a non-show of hands?
Yeah. In the construction industry, I've got people walking through the door at 23, 24, and 25 years of age, and they're coming to me for a career because they've had a life-changing event. Their girlfriend became their wife. They now have 1.2 children, whatever the case. And they've got to have a career. I partnered with the Kentucky Community College and Technical System because this was not something that I could do by myself. We started a program called Jefferson Build. Jefferson Build is a program where I can take construction professionals, and over 1 year, they're going to learn some of the basics: carpentry, blueprint reading, some leadership classes, plumbing, HVAC. So they kind of get a smattering of a cross-section of what we do in construction. They graduate with 28 hours. By the way, this is all paid for with the Work Ready Scholarship. And for those that don't qualify, we pick up the tab. The only thing we ask for is give me 2 years afterwards. These guys had the opportunity that when they finish this degree to roll into my 2-year apprenticeship. I have an apprenticeship in carpentry that's been approved through the state of Kentucky. I'm in the processes of working on one for pre-engineered metal buildings. I'm also in the processes of working on one for concrete. We're a family-owned construction company that's been around since 1977, and our business has had to evolve out of a need to evolve. You referenced the 2008 economy and what happened. I look at our construction practitioners or our construction professionals, and it's about approach. It's not about let's get you into college and get you a degree. It's about let's make you better construction professionals. I'm going to hire you for the skill sets that you bring to the table, but I want to make you better, stronger, faster. Oh, by the way, you're going to have a degree when you finish at no cost. One of the other points that I'll bring up, I graduated in 95 and 97 and then again in 2000. I wasn't smart enough to stop going. Anybody remember that first time on campus when you had to enroll? Go here and fill this form out. Now I need you to go over here to this office, and then you go to that office, and it's like, wait, no, you don't need to come here. You need to go over there first because there are these 2 forms you got to go get before you come back over here. But once you go over there and get those 2 forms, you can come back over here. We've got to simplify that process. That turns off so many adult learners today. It's frustrating. That process has got to be simplified. You know, I work with a segment of the population that is a lower socioeconomic status. A lot of these individuals they went to trade schools. Trade schools have changed, like the Arvin Center in Oldham County. They're not called the trade schools anymore because trade schools had this negative connotation. This is where the dumb kids went. This is where the problem children went. This is where the people that just, you can't do it, so this is where we're going to put you. I've got guys and gals that we're putting through construction math classes, and they'll come down and talk to me, and they'll go, man, I can't do math. Really? You figure rock tonnage. You figure rebar tonnage. You know, you figure area. Whether you know it or not, you're doing math. So it's about giving them the confidence to understand that regardless of where you come from, you can do it. Is it something that I'm passionate about? I got goosebumps talking about this. Yeah, I'm very passionate about it.
Hold on to the mic. So just in reflecting upon what all 3 of you have said, you are firmly in the place of partnering with colleges, and you have a substantial amount of experience in doing this. Here is your chance to tell a group that is really ready to hear it. What is it that colleges and universities are doing right in working with you? And just as important, what is it that colleges and universities are doing wrong that they need to somehow change? And you have the mic, so let's go ahead and start with you, Tim.
So I'll resort back to my days in radio. WIIFM. What's in it for me? That question is still as relevant today as it has ever been. Businesses don't know what businesses don't know. We're looking for you to, when we partner, when we come together, it's help me understand. How do we get this partnership off the ground? What does it look like? What's it going to cost me? Bottom line, what are the benefits? I'm fortunate enough that I work for a president and a CEO, the owners of the company, that have vision. I've worked in businesses where the proof is in the pudding. You've got to be able to prove yourself in order to say that something is effective or not. The reason that we partner with the Kentucky Community and Technical College System is because we're seeing results. I've got my first group of students that went through this session in the fall semester. These were individuals that, if you ask them what was their high school career like, they really didn't have a lot of positive things to say. They're passing classes at the college level. I've got people coming to me. So the first time through, I went out and had to handpick people. I've got people coming to me now going, what do I have to do to be a part of that? That looks like fun. The analogy that I use is, why are they eating filet mignon and we're still eating hamburger? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let me show you. So, one of the things I would say, obviously simplify the enrollment process, simplify the financial aid process. Get businesses to understand what's in it for them. I work with a lot of the trade schools, a lot of the high schools. I've got some of the carpentry instructors coming to me, and we're sitting down and having conversations about how can we take our curriculum to better fit what you all do. You know, we really want to truly partner. We want to make sure that these students that graduate as seniors have a place to go. And that's something that we're really looking for.
Great.
So I would say two things right off the bat. Number one, we have a lot of great partnerships now. I do believe it's unfair that, you know, if we want to change this, we have to make it easier for a lot more companies to do it. We've gotten to where we're public enough and big enough to where we're leveraging that to get the relationships, because now schools are coming to us saying, how do we get all these people? How do we get these 3,000 scholarships? How do we get this stuff? So to your point, I'll tell you that Metro College, Metro University, incredible, okay? But why is it just UPS?
That's the question I've been asking for 20 years now. Keep going.
And so, you know, I look at that and I'd say there's two things. Number one, we have a language understanding issue.
Yeah.
You know, we say something, you say something, we are close but not the same. And as a result of that, until you can get to the point where you actually understand each other, there's going to be consistent disappointment and misunderstandings. And in a misunderstanding, it looks like one party is not fulfilling the promise that they made in the arrangement. And I don't think that is actually what's going on. I think a lot of times we don't understand each other. And so I think to our point, I have a founder and CEO, you know, who is very supportive too. And, you know, I had zero experience. I literally had never walked into a nursing home in my entire life when he offered me a job. You know, and so sometimes it takes on our part and your part to have somebody on the outside be in the inside of your organization who somebody will say, I'm going to believe enough in them to help guide us down this pathway and partner in a way that may not be seen. One other thing I'll mention is we announced last week that a $10 million investment across the state in high schools for work-based learning. Well, that means really I'm hiring committing to hire 200 high school students a year for the next 5 years. You know, I go to certain partners and I tell them, all right, a large percentage of them are going to be juniors and seniors that we're going to certify up in the nurse aid track so that they are more qualified, more ready to go to nursing school, and they'll actually know what they're getting into as opposed to thinking it's like Grey's Anatomy. Okay, so the likelihood that you're going to have a qualified student who's going to make it through a 2 or 4 year program is much more likely, and they're going to continue to work part-time. We're going to work on their schedule. They're going to have supportive people, preceptors and mentors who are supporting them through that process. Now here's the kicker is, for you and I, that all sounds really good, okay? But when you talk to a student, you know what they think? I don't know that I can get into nursing school.
Yeah.
So what is my thing is right now I'm on a path. I'm going to get some spots in nursing schools. I'm going to get some, because I'm going to guarantee I'm going to pay for it. Now that means I also have to get some new thought in the State Board of Nursing. You know, we have to adapt in the systems. I know that there are limitations that you have that you say, well, that's a State Board of Nursing problem. That's a this problem. That's a that problem. Together, my goal, if I have to, take over the State Board of Nursing. Because if we don't change those fundamental building blocks that are stopping us collectively, there are other people that stop us. Okay? We have to at least be willing to pilot things. And if you have a relationship, like I leverage my personal relationship. Those that know me in this room, if I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. I mean, I'm putting $8 million out in education this year. And one last thing, tuition reimbursement, complete failure.
Yep.
If you're going out marketing to companies on tuition reimbursement, you got something that you don't see, okay? They don't use that because millennials and Zs don't want it. They don't want to be handcuffed, and I appreciate that they're going to work 2 years for you. I don't have any work requirement after they do. As long as they're with me, I pay for them. and all the way through. And I've got in Purdue Global, I got 6% of those 500 people, around 32 people who are in a criminal justice degree. What's the likelihood that I'm going to have a job for them in criminal justice? Not likely. I'm going to love them anyway. Because while they're going through that process, they're going to love my residents because they felt loved. And I'm not worried about whether or not I've got them for another 2 years. I'm worried about whether they're giving quality service to the elderly who are fragile and vulnerable, and that I made a promise to themselves and their family that we would take good care, not for them, but not just for them, but about them. And you can't do that if the employee doesn't feel loved. And we do this across 16,000. The other thing I'd say is you got to scale. Again, to me, these small little programs, I'm not interested. The lieutenant governor for Ohio called me last week after our announcement, literally on my cell phone, and said, how do we do this same thing in Ohio? And he said, how do I get a partnership with some of these community colleges that you have? You know, and I said, your problem, Lieutenant Governor, is that you've got a system that makes it hard. I got to go to 23 different colleges to get 23 different arrangements. All these things, it's too complicated for me. It's not worth it. I'll just partner with JCTC. I'll partner with Ivy Tech. And you know what? It doesn't matter because that culinary degree, I've got people in Michigan taking classes at JCTC right now. Yeah. There's one class, a lab, that they're going to have to do. And you know what we're doing? We're cohorting them and boot camping them in Louisville for a week. I'm taking a whole week and I'm paying for them to come down here, stay in a hotel, and for a week they're going to be in that lab. We have got to find solutions to issues, and it can't just be because of one-offs. The numbers speak. We have to do more than just one or two people. We've got to find solutions that hit populations of people.
Yeah, great.
I mean, did you all get the right employers on this stage with these two, or what?
No.
I kind of feel like I'm going to church. I'm really appreciative of the leadership that you see on the stage, and I've been around their work, so I know of it, and I'm just honored that you all get to hear directly from them. And this is the stories that we need to hear. This is the truth that we need to hear. We also have to think about systematic change. And most companies in Kentucky are small to medium size. Yep. So we need this to become the rule, not the exception. And one of the ways we really think about that in Kentucky is through our talent pipeline management system. We launched this initiative 13 months ago so that businesses of all shapes and sizes, no matter where they are in the Commonwealth, can get plugged in to building stronger talent pipelines. And in the last 13 months, we've now got hundreds of employers tapping into this system, and they're scaling out talent pools and populations for over 14,000 positions. And so what that looks like is really working with employers to get to the truths of what they need, the number of what they need, the competencies and skills that are required in those positions, where they're getting those schools of talent, so they can build those supply chains up faster and stronger and quicker. And I'll give you an example of this. I'll again cheer on Todd. But with our healthcare talent pipeline group here in Louisville, they're really focused on registered nurses. And what we found through this process is that Louisville is producing 1,000 nurses less a year than what the employers in the community need. That's assuming that all these RNs are staying here, which we know is not happening. So when they backed that in further, they really started to understand what competencies were required. And I cheered on education in these moments because what they found was the number one competency that was defined was customer service, bedside manner. What do you think the educators did when they heard that? Thank you. We can put this into our classrooms. Yeah. They dug further, and when we looked at the capacity of the post-secondary educators in this community, we looked at that big deficit of 1,000 production of registered nurses every year. And they said, we'd love to have fuller classrooms. We once upon a time did. But to be honest, we have no rotation sites. We need clinical rotations open. We also don't have enough teachers, and putting students through the programs is expensive. Todd, again, and his cohort of other healthcare employers here in the community said, listen, if you look at 15% of our upcoming retirees, we could open almost 30 more rotation sites. So looking at talent like supply chain, showing employers that if they show up and that there can be a return on investment for getting talent through their pipeline faster, using meaningful resources that they have to make that happen is so critical to the conversation. And not being as scared of that innovation is really important. On top of that, I was at OCTC, I see Sharmi here, a couple weeks ago. And there is so much need to innovate in this space. They've really taken some stabs through their Go Careers programs, whether it's putting women in manufacturing pipelines or looking at financial institutions and working at employers. What they do, though, is they grind to make this happen. They come up with grants. They create career success coaches and really handhold and stair-step that process so that they can innovate and experiment and then see how they can scale it. And I can't preach on that enough, that both the employers have to have that opportunity to come to the table and innovate and understand where their responsibilities are as we build a brand new infrastructure that can support employers and educators working together, but measuring it, giving employers that time to get their facts straight, to understand what they really need, and then digging into the right education and trainers to fill those pipelines.
So hold on to that just for a moment. So if I can begin to boil down what all of you have been saying, which I think are really important messages that we all need to take home in here. One is make things simpler. Please, let's make things simpler. Not only in just the process, as soon as who was it that was describing registration? So I immediately looked out at you, Randy, and I was wondering if you remember the arena registration days where we would move, and we would have these meetings where we would move large numbers of students from one room to the next and try to figure out how do we get 300 people into this room, and they put their schedule together. Then they go to another room to see what classes were closed. Then we have a side room where we say, okay, now they've got to do their schedule all over again. Then they got to go back to the room before to see which, I mean, it just went on and on. I always use it as a way to cheat, because I would say, oh, this professor said I could get into this class, and let them get through. So, but making things simpler is one thing. I heard you really resonate, Beth, with the notion of don't be afraid to innovate. Be willing to really listen to what is out there and then be able to act on it in ways that may not have been done before. And then I finally heard, and this really warmed the cockles of my heart because I totally agree with it, is that we need to learn one another's language, and we need to learn it in a way. I mean, it always was interesting with me when we went through Metropolitan College and began it, is how that emerged time and again. And I ended up needing to meet with frontline supervisors at UPS for over a year explaining higher education and how it functioned. We have time for just a few more comments from you, and I want to do a quick run through because I think there are many different things that we need to hear from you, but two things that have emerged that I'm really interested in hearing from you. Help us understand what the heck is upskilling, because and around the country I've been finding out this when I ask people in different cities. I get different answers no matter where I go. So help us understand the difference between upskilling and just learning, okay? And then begin to alert us in here, and again, just some short comments, begin to alert us to the ways that automation and the changing work world is affecting you, because we in higher education need to be on the front line with you to adjust to this huge change that is happening. So, how's automation affecting you? How are all those things? So, quick responses so that we have some time for questions. Beth, start.
Yeah, I think you can't think about automation and technological advances without upskilling. They're really putting the pressure on each other in our talent marketplace. And when you think of upskilling, it's how do you think about our new world that we live in, which is earn and learn, go earn and learn, go earn and learn, go earn and learn. Getting away from the traditional went to college, back and work now. We're not there anymore. And so that's changed our system to become an education and employer system where we are educating, then working, then educating, or at the same time. And so when you think about that, on top of technology rapidly disrupting our workplace every single day, getting clear signals from employers. They are going to know first how those technological advances are disrupting the workplace, and then you all then need those signals. we can't wait a year, because if you wait a year to get those signals, there's a new change, and we need a new upskill. And so the way that we look at that is we look at critical positions, and then we look at what positions are feeding those critical roles that employers need. And then we take a toe back at the line, backfill those upskill positions, train based on the technology that is of today, and then you continue to upskill your employees.
Great.
That would be my very short.
Great, thanks.
So 2 quick responses. Number one is I have the good fortune to teach one class at U of L MBA program every year around healthcare strategy. And here's what I tell the class, and I think this is regarding technology, is my job is not to teach you. If you came for me to teach you, you're making a mistake. My job is to give you an opportunity to learn. I think that is our answer about how technology and industry, the things that are shifting in our industry are. I can't tell, I'm getting ready to put autonomous sensors into 3 of our buildings to pilot. Okay, next year I might be doing complete robots around doing certain things. You're never going to keep up with that if you don't understand that it's about teaching, giving somebody an opportunity to learn as the function that is part of what our responsibility is. I think the second thing is this, is that, the upskilling is really simple to me. Give me an opportunity to increase my knowledge and skills and then show I'm competent in it.
Great.
It's not rocket science. We did that 6,742 times in the last 2 years through our apprentice programs alone. That meant 6,742 pay raises. Okay, you want to know why they're willing to do it? It's because everyone gets them something between $0.25 and $1.50 an hour. And they spend a little time here to learn more, and then they feel like $1 million bucks. And the other thing that we do, we have a party for our employees every month at every location. We celebrate. They get a certificate after everything, and we celebrate as a family, because that encourages people who may not have seen it before that they could do it, that if Sally can do it, maybe I can do it. And then Sally becomes the champion in the facility. It has to be peer related, not just from above.
Yeah, great.
Excellent points. In the construction industry, I'm dealing with a population that will leave for 50 cents more on the hour. So as skills grow, you put more money in their pocket, bottom line. And you celebrate that success. We train people to be jacks of all trades. I might hire you to be a carpenter. You're going to learn concrete. You're going to learn rebar. You're going to learn pre-engineered metal buildings. I am going to make you better, stronger, faster. Technology is changing the world that we live in. The generations are changing the world that we live in. We have to be able to adapt. This millennial generation and Gen Z generation that are coming into our workforce are unlike anything we've ever seen before. If you're green, you grow. If you're ripe, you rot. You've got to constantly want to grow. You've got to constantly want to change. Mark Twain said it best: the only person that likes change is a baby in a wet diaper. The society that we live in today...
Wait a minute. That's too good
It's
to
yours,
just
you
pass
can
by
use it.
quickly.
The society that we live in today is all predicated on change.
Yeah.
We have to be willing to change if we are going to be successful, not only as a business, but as a group of educators.
No. Yeah.
It's not about Mark Twain. We talk about millennials and Zs, and just so you know, that's more than 55% of our workforce right now at our company. Okay, here's the thing: is a survey last week came out from Zapper. Okay, did a survey with millennials and with Zs, and the average time that they want to spend at an employer, millennials was 10 years. They said, I want to stay for 10 years with this employer. And Z's were 6 years. Mm-hmm. What we have to do, that's the importance of upskilling, and then taking that upskilling and partnering with you guys either on creating the curriculum and the knowledge and the relationship, because that's the other piece of this, is that as we're upskilling, I'm creating a relationship for them with somebody. I'd like it to be you. But if it's not you, then it'll be some national association who says, I'm willing to put these things in a format that is more engaging than what it is in a classroom.
Great. So just to cap what I'm hearing all of you say, and I'm going to borrow from some conversation that I've had with Parminder Jassal. Many of you know Parminder in here. I'm hearing all of you say that we are no longer in a knowledge-based economy. That's an idea that I think emerged a few decades ago, and we have changed. We are no longer in a knowledge-based economy. We are in a new learning economy. There is a continual need for us to learn, a continual need for us to upskill, that sort of thing, and we've got to grasp that idea. Will you please help me in thanking these great spokespersons here for it? And we do have a couple of minutes, I think. Is that right, Kathy? We have 3 minutes. If there are any questions, there is a mic up here. And this young lady here is...
Hello, I work with a competency-based healthcare leadership program at the University of Louisville, and I do have adult students that want to accelerate, but they're often limited by their tuition reimbursement. And the city is usually $3,000 to $5,000, which basically makes them part-time students. Do you have any suggestions on what that student should do? The times that I've suggested that, they've gone to their employer, or they're afraid to even, to ask for more, or they're told that's all we can do in the budget for this year. Do you have any suggestions on how those students might go to their employer and ask for an accelerated tuition reimbursement?
I'm going to give you an answer you're probably not going to like. It's not their job, it's yours. You know, because one-offs going to employers is not going to work, folks. If you know this is a challenge, we have to reshape on our part as a collective group. That's what I did by going to Purdue Global. I didn't go out to 50 different people. I found one person who was willing to hit my number, okay? And no employer can give over $5,250 for education benefit without it being a taxable event to the employee, and I will not do that. Okay, because at the end of the year, I gave $1 above that. All of a sudden, they've got a $1,000 tax bill. You think they're happy with me, even if I got them a cheap education? They ain't happy with the $1,000 that used to come into their pocket, and now it's being spent out. And so we've got to be more aggressive about that collectively and not tell them what to do. We need to go out and find the pockets, and one by one, find the pockets of employers, and then find the people who want to do it, just like I'm finding the education partners. And you find the right employers, and if they won't do it at where they're going, tell them to go to someplace who will.
Yeah, and to amplify what you're saying, Todd, we're getting ready to work with an initiative in Detroit where they have actually selected that as one of the community measures. So they're identifying what is it that employers are providing for their workers at this juncture, and then they're establishing a community goal of increasing it by a certain percentage to address the very issue that you're talking about. So I think it's one that bears some discussion at this point, but again, it is on a larger scale.
Yeah, you've got to create the groundswell. I'm a big believer. I've gone to CEOs and asked questions before, and they're like, "No, we're not going to do that." Okay. So then I go back to the employees, and 1 becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes 8, becomes 16, and that groundswell, all of a sudden the CEO's coming back to me and going, you remember that thing we were talking about? What do we need to do to get that off the ground?
Yeah. Beth, any comments?
I think they nailed it.
They nailed it. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Perfect timing. Is it time for a break? Is that the next thing? It's time for Kathy. Again, thank you, panelists. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you. I think after that presentation from Dan Ash and the panel, they deserve another big round of applause. So thank you all very much. Hasn't it been a great morning? Yes, come on, energy. Okay, so we're going to take about a 15-minute break. If you'll go out the back doors, you'll note that all the posters from our colleges are around the room, around the hallway. Please check those out, take pictures of them, take those ideas back to your school so you too can become more adult-friendly. The next round is going to start at 10:30. You're going to go back up to the second floor, find the meeting room that you want to attend. This time around, you only get to go to one session. So look in your program on pages 8 and 9 and pick that topic that's near and dear to you. I will be facilitating the session on attracting underrepresented populations, so you might want to come to that one. Okay, you're not listening very well. 10:30 upstairs, 11:30 back down here for the final session and your box lunch, and you'll be able to go. Thank you. Look at that. There's my pen. Welcome back, everybody. If you'll grab your seats, we're going to get going in just about 1 minute. So welcome back to our final session of the day. David Mahan, I'm looking at you. So I'm very pleased to welcome Matt Bergman to the stage. Matt is a program director and assistant professor at the University of Louisville and author of the book, which, by the way, is out in the lobby, Unfinished Business, Compelling Stories of Adult Student Persistence. His research focuses on adult retention and persistence, prior learning assessment, leadership, and degree completion. His work has appeared in prestigious refereed journals as well as national media outlets, including the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the Chronicle of Higher Education, NPR, and Time Magazine, and he has been recognized for innovative teaching and programs by the Association of Continuing Higher Education, the American Association for Adult and Continuing Education, the American Public and Land-Grant Universities, the Gaines Foundation, Metroversity, and the University of Louisville. Bergman also serves as a fellow for Complete College America, where he advocates for adult degree completion both locally and nationally. Please join me in welcoming Matt Bergman.
All right, am I on? Can you hear me? Good to go? Okay, not yet. How about now? Not yet. How about now? I have to turn this on? Okay. That may be the whole entire problem here. When the mic says on in your pocket, that's when it works. Okay. I was nervous about turning it on because I felt like the minute I turned it on, I'd be talking about like a glass of bourbon or something over here with my colleagues, and you would be like, why is he drinking bourbon at before noon? And I'm not. It's tea. Every time someone walks in with a tea, it looks like they're drinking bourbon because we're in Kentucky. That's what happens. All right, so I'm here today to talk about and try and take us home and talk about the case for an adult-friendly institution. So I'm going to move around a little bit. I'll come around downstairs, upstairs, sitting next to Jerry Jackson from the University of Cumberland. I'll work my way around the room a little bit probably and interact with you all. So I want you to know that if you have questions as I'm talking, raise your hand, stop me, and let's have a conversation, because simply we need to do this as a solidarity movement. And what I mean by that is on our campuses, oftentimes we are marginalized in our programs. I call our program, what do I call it? Red-headed cash cow. Because we are the red-headed stepchild and we are a cash cow, our students are not part of the overall fabric of the institution because they don't reside on the institution all that often. They're taking evening classes off campus, they're taking online classes. So they don't know about some of the support services and campus activities. On top of that, we have students that use their tuition assistance and don't have the need for some of the financial aid structures that we have for our institutions. So they're bringing in a lot of money. On top of that, we have 5 faculty for 500 students. But we're still doing a great job because we hire industry professionals as adjuncts and we make sure that the content comes to life in a relevant, rigorous, and research-based way. So we find ways to make it work. We find ways to advocate on our own behalf, and we're finding ways to grow. And I'm happy to report at this moment we have the largest enrollment in program history, and that is over 500 students despite the declines that we're seeing nationally in adult enrollment. And why is that happening? Unemployment rate is under 3.9%. So how are you thinking about going back to school when things are going so well economically and with the work? So I'm going to talk about the case for earning while learning, as was mentioned earlier today. So first we've got the realities of the situation and why we're here, and that is 36 million people with some college no degree. So NCS just published the report, and 2 in 5 working age adults has some college no degree. So what's true about these individuals? At some point in their life, they enrolled to try and persist and graduate. They didn't say, you know what, I'm thinking about going to college, I might take a class or 2. I'm not worried about a degree. I would say at least 35 of the 36 million said, I am going to school, I plan to graduate, and here's what I want to do as a result of that graduation. But somewhere along the way, life intervened, right? Life happened. And what we see is that over 50% of those individuals that separate from our institutions, the main reason is not GPA. But what do our faculty think on our campuses? Well, and if they couldn't hack it, so they're just not college ready. As Mike Krause said, the guy at the Rotary Club said, not everybody's cut out for college. Well, did your kids go to college? Who are we to say who should and should not go? We vet these individuals, and if they meet the standard requirements, we should allow them into our institutions, and now we have to get more adult friendly. Because so many more jobs out in the workforce, according to CPE, according to Georgetown Workforce Education Center, will require some form of post-secondary education. So much so that every job that goes away, the vast majority of those jobs are from non-post-secondary credential requiring positions. Everything that's going away are those low-skill jobs. Everything that's coming along, whether it's proliferated or it's reality, requires some form of post-secondary education. So what do we see in HR vetting processes? We see an incremental growth in what is required to go back to get that job. So the sales job of the 90s and the sales job of today is drastically different in the requirements, but not all that drastically different in the activity. But HR vetting processes to try and cull down and get to a repository of individuals that should be eligible to take those roles is not necessarily going to take the experience into account as much as they probably should. So we have to get more post-secondary educational credentials. And we're seeing the demographic cliff coming. We've heard this over and over. Roughly 15% of the humans were not born. So what happened? The Great Recession happened. And in some ways, I'm very thankful for the Great Recession. Do you want to know why? Because for so many years, I've fought to try and shove my foot in the door and say adults should matter on your campus. And for so many years, we've been dismissed. But as a result of the Great Recession, mom and dad weren't getting busy as much. And the babies were not born. So birth rate declined, and guess what happens? In 18 years from that moment, that big Great Recession decline in birth rate, when that turns 18, that has a dramatic impact on our college campuses. And that's what we're seeing in roughly 5 years from today. And that's why we as professionals now have a voice that we didn't necessarily have previously. And we're starting to become part of the overall campus community conversation, and I'm thankful for that, Jenny, so thanks for letting me in the door. So here's the deal. I want you to reframe the way that you think about adults, because oftentimes the narrative that we see about these individuals is just not the truth. And while there may be elements of this that we cannot dismiss, the fact that people are under-resourced and don't have the economic stability to pursue education doesn't mean that we can't get them there through innovative and agile practices. So the same old story is the fact that these folks, oh, they're first generation, so they just don't know how to navigate higher education. They come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. They had these low grades. I mean, they failed out. They were miserable. They partied too much, whatever it was. And they're likely to need development. But that's absolutely not the truth. And while some students may be under-resourced, here's the real story.
I have all this work experience. I'm a smart guy. I'm not bad looking. Let's get this degree, let's get the paperwork, and let's put it all together.
Hello, I'm Dr. Matt Bergman from the Organizational Leadership and Learning Program here at the University of Louisville. Here today with current and former students to talk about their experiences in online learning. So I want to ask the group, what have you gained as being part and being a student of the Organizational Leadership and Learning Program?
I had been passed over for promotions because I didn't have a degree. And so I returned to school at the age of 46. What I've realized during the courses is that it was so applicable to everything that I do and that I've been doing for 30 years.
I know for me, like looking back when I was in the military, as I moved into leadership roles, I invested so much of myself into it that I kept saying, I don't have time for this school thing. Everybody would say, oh, you need to go to school, you need to go to school. Oh, I don't have time, I'm too busy. But every time I take a class and I'm learning something new, I think, gosh, I wish I would have had this when I was working.
For me, and it sounds like for you as well, is that it connects the dots. It's going to increase responsibility, which comes with more work, but it comes with more pay as well. The average working adult would love to get closer and closer to that six-figure mark, and getting this type of degree absolutely can get you there.
A unique feature of the Organizational Leadership and Learning Program is our prior learning assessment process, where we can acknowledge some of the college level and credit-worthy learning that has occurred outside the confines of the college walls for college credit. So tell me a little bit about your experience with prior learning assessment and how that made an impact in your trajectory in our program.
The class really teed up a way to look at our life experience and begin extracting the value of that, right? Like just piece by piece. Your day-to-day busyness role, right, as a middle-level manager here had this relevancy. And it just took all of those bits and pieces and it kind of stacked that knowledge, that experience on top of each other to kind of show exactly everything that you've learned through life.
And then once you get into the thick of the work and building up your portfolio, it's a great reflection on what you've done over the years. And
it's validation
for
what you've done.
Absolutely.
The conversation changes. It turns into, well, heck yes, you're going to give me that credit. I've done all this. I've done so much stuff. I'm an incredibly impressive professional. Right. So let me go ahead and transition to the next question. Why U of L? Why did you choose the University of Louisville?
Who wouldn't want to go to Louisville? I mean, for some people in today's society, titles mean a lot. Being a graduate of the University of Louisville and to be considered an alumni, that's a big deal. And then you tie it in with your life of being a Cardinal fan and say, I'm not only a fan, but I'm an alumni.
The University of Louisville stands for greatness. Yeah. I associated that with people that cared and people that were successful, not just financially, right, but people that had depth and meaning and purpose, and I wanted to be a part of that. Absolutely. So for me, that's why U of L.
I love it. Okay, so why online? And why did you feel like, with your working and busy lives and all your family commitments, why did you think you could do it?
I know from my schedule, I leave the house at 6 a.m. and I get in at about 8:30 at night. But for online, when I do find those downtime places, I'm able to get on and knock out 15, 20, 30 minutes of something versus, oh, I got class, but I got to drop the kid off here, or I got the cable guy coming, something like that. So while the cable guy's there, guess what? I'm in class and I'm working.
You know, a regular classroom setting, I struggled. I struggled just to stay engaged and to pay attention. And my notebooks from when I went to college right out of high school, I had pages full of doodles and flames and all kinds of things, right? Like, definitely wasn't engaged. And the online coursework, well, I can sit in a coffee shop because I like to watch people, right? I can look up and I can distract myself a little bit, or part of my brain a little bit. And one of the professors, he videoed a lesson from his kitchen table. And immediately I felt connected because I'm like, look, this is just a guy in a t-shirt sharing his experiences, sharing his knowledge with me, and it helped me connect with him so much faster.
What would you tell that person that's sitting on the fence, that's considering coming back, but needs a little nudge?
Listen, I've been that guy on the couch and said, I am never going back to school. It's too much time. You got to do too many things. And it was like, I don't want to go down here to the university admissions office with a bunch of kids younger than my own kids and all those fears that you come. And at the end of the day, like this program, everybody has the same story to a sense. We're all adults. We probably have families. We probably have responsibilities. We probably have career jobs already. And it's a no-judge zone. It's just a great testament for students who are looking to find their niche and find their avenue of furthering their education.
Whatever direction you want to go, whatever leadership looks like in your career, in your personal life, whatever that is, this program will provide the foundation for that, for the diversity to lead wherever that takes you.
Go, All right, so strip all the branding. Strip all the branding off of that. Just strip it out. I understand it's Louisville, blah, blah, whatever. We're greatness, whatever. Who cares about that? Every one of your campuses stands for greatness because of what you put into your programs. And that is absolutely the truth. You all are working so hard for your students every single day. You're putting in extra hours. You're putting in nights and weekends. You are committed to these people because they need a very flexible approach to have some love and some acknowledgement that they're worthy of your time and effort. So strip all the branding off of that and know that these are your people. These are your potential students, these are your current students, these are your future students. And despite whatever challenges they have financially or with family, the truth is they're pretty high performing. They're earning a living, they're keeping jobs, they're making it work. It's crazy. Like, it's a crazy busy schedule, but it's still darn impressive when you do a reflection exercise and you find out that these people really have some pretty impressive aspects of their resume. They have strong family backgrounds in many, many cases. And whether it's their family or their friends' support network, there are a bunch of people that love these working adults. And they're going to support them and find ways to reorient time so that they can come back and finish. All we have to do is create the environment that allows that to occur. The minute it becomes flexible, convenient, and a dramatic change in their quality of life, who wouldn't want to sign up? And what do we know about adults when they return? Who's instructed adults in their career? Been an instructor or advisor? What grade do adults want when they go back to the classroom? An A. A plus. I've almost been threatened with a knife fight over an A. Like, I feel like people want to challenge me to a cage match. Can we have a cage match for extra credit? Because I really want this A. Adults are so focused on trying to make sure that they get these high grades. And the minute you acknowledge and value that that's their intention, you can get more out of them because you build the trust so that they create more engagement and they immerse themselves into the content and get more out of it. So there are deeper learning outcomes potentially from this population. So why do they return? We heard from Dan the number one reason this morning. Dan Ash, he said, what was the number one reason? Workplace advancement, earn money. What do we see? Billboards all over. Get more money, advance your career. In a study I did, workplace advancement was a close number 2. So what was number 1? Personal fulfillment. Number 1 was personal fulfillment. And you know who's figured this out? Mega universities. Watch a University of Phoenix commercial. What do they tap into? The emotion. The emotion of what it means to be a college graduate. So we have to think, we got to advance these folks in the marketplace so they can have a better job and they can earn more money. But the underlying piece of this is they've got this lingering stigma that they're trying to just get this monkey off their back because they have a lot of college credit, or they have some college credit, or they're sitting in a boardroom and people are talking about their school experience. They can't engage in that conversation. Or they just list on their resume that there was some attendance at an institution. But they sure don't feel great about it. The minute we re-engage with these folks and get them there as quickly as possible with relevant, rigorous, and research-based content, it's on. They're ready to go sing your praises. And what's true about a person that's a working adult versus a person that's a traditional age student graduating? For my advancement folks in the room, if you're well established in your career and you graduate the next day, who's going to be the more likely donor to the institution? So if you're struggling with budget to do events, if you're struggling with budget to find academic programming, think about a way to tie in with your advancement or your development office. Why? If these working professionals are ready to give back pretty quick, they've got some skin in the game. And then third, very close third, was inspiration of family and children. So we know that. We hear it from our adults. I want to walk the talk. I've told my kids education's so important, I got to do it myself. And just like we heard from the panel, saw his mom graduate when he was 13. It's a dramatic change, right? This particular study was based on a baccalaureate degree. So it was a four-year institution study. But my gut tells me that it would be very similar with some shuffling of those rank order reasons. And there is no doubt that we are a more consumer-driven society, so that workplace advancement piece is definitely going to obviously take precedent in some cases. But you know the emotion of this is at the heart of a lot of these decisions when they come back, because they want that self-efficacy. They want to advance themselves. They want a really high quality of life. And every statistic they see about earning more and having a high quality profession says that more education is going to get you there. So I created a model, and within this model are 3 constructs: student entry, external, and internal campus environment. And I put this slide up only because this is in the research literature, and it's a fancy path model. But here's a better chart that you can see. So I conceptualize these ideas based upon all the literature that's been put out about adult student enrollment and persistence and retention and everything in the literature. Within this grouping of variables are things that we cannot control as higher education institutions. External environmental influences, background characteristics. These are very static factors in the background entry characteristics. We can't change someone's age. We can't change their parental educational attainment. These are just variables that come to us, but do influence the person's ability to graduate. So we have to take into account and find ways to mitigate some of the struggles that are faced as a result of some of the challenges from these external and then entry characteristics. We cannot dismiss that, because if we just focus on the internal campus environmental variables, we're only hitting a third of the pie, thinking about a person's full life. And life is just going to happen. So when I did the multivariate analysis, because at the univariate analysis, so basically doing correlations on all these variables, just about every single one of them was predictive of a person's ability to persist. So everyone on this list. But when you get down in the weeds a little bit and you control for certain variables, I found that educational goal was a predictive in the background characteristics. And what that really means is for every growth in a person's interest in getting to an associate's, getting to a bachelor's, getting to a master's, getting to a PhD, a person was 1.5 times more likely to reach their goal of finishing a 4-year degree in this particular study. In the external environment, I was sure, because I was an advisor, and I sat with thousands of people, thousands of students. And what was the common thing that kept them from re-enrolling? Significant life events. Life just intervening. This was happening. And I was like, this is going to be the major finding of my study, and I'm going out on the road and I'm going to tell everybody about how to work around significant life events. Well, guess what didn't bear out in the research? Significant life events was not predictive at the multivariate level. So univariate, correlational, it's good, but then when you control for some other variables, and why is that? Why is that? Anybody know? Everybody has significant life events. Think about your own situation. I remember 3 different times where I was sitting on the end of a hospital bed writing my dissertation. For my dad, for my father-in-law, and for my other father-in-law. Isn't that true for everybody else? Oh, well, I'm getting deployed to Korea. Oh, well, I'm going through a divorce. Oh, my kid's sick. Oh, my parents are sick. These things happen because we're adults. You get past a certain threshold and life is just going to kick you in the butt over and over and over again. So what we found was that significant life events happen to all of us, and there are ways to work through that, and it was not predictive of a person's ability to persist. What we found was finances were most predictive, and that's logical. But it conceptualizes so differently across the spectrum of our adults. Because if you're categorized as an adult at 24 or 25 based upon the literature, that means you're an adult from 25 until you're alive. So a student can re-enroll at any moment, right? So we have these stories across the country of people graduating in the 80s, in their 90s. And they're awesome, right? But the person in their 80s or 90s or 50s or 60s with their finances is dramatically different than the person that's 25 or 28 living in their parents' basement making $35K thinking, I got all the money, I can go to school whenever. So they can make it work, but they don't have as many resources. But they have the infrastructure in place, they don't have as much income, but they have all the income in the world because of all the support systems. Whereas a person that's 54 in a family that earns $120,000 that has 5 kids, how much money do you think they can parse out for school? Like $0, right? So the person that makes $120,000 versus the person that makes $35,000, finance is conceptualized in such a different way than I ever expected. And this is a really important finding for us to understand that it is truly about helping our students understand the perception of their ability to pay, understanding all their life influences, all the variables that impact them, and finding ways to carve out space to do it slowly, quickly, or somewhere in between. And last but not least, the thing that we can control was my major finding of this particular study. And it's what I want to tell everybody here. As you go back to your campuses and you tell your faculty about this, the predicted 40+% of the variance in a person's ability to persist to graduation, and that is active and relevant content. If we engage these people and plug them into general education classes immediately, what happens? I got a bad taste immediately. Like, why am I taking this science? I'm 42 years old. I don't want to take natural science. They still will have to take natural science, but it should be in their 4th or 5th or 6th semester. Integrate those pieces that are not as top of mind later in the academic progression. When people plug in and they get into a content area, you saw it in the video. Oh, I studied this concept and organizational change, and the next day I walked into work and I employed everything that I learned, and now I have a new common language or vernacular that propels me forward as a more highly qualified professional. The content, if it's relevant, provides context, knowledge, skills, and abilities that our students can immediately take. So the overarching idea is that we want to get to this 60% by 2030. But in the weeds, we're making these people's lives better. And the minute we offer active and relevant content to make sure that when they plug in, they are finding value in what they're doing, they're more likely donors. They're more likely advancing in their professional life. They're more likely to take those learning concepts and make their families better. They impact the cycle and generational influences for their family for years and years to come, because they think and feel and operate differently because of the content that we've introduced them to make their lives better. So what do we have to do? We obviously have to find coursework or create programs that speak to these individuals. And it is wide-reaching. It is in the humanities, it's in the hard sciences, it's in broad-based leadership studies. It's all over the map. People want this stuff, and the minute you can make it relevant to their context, they're going to plug in. And to do that, you have to create and get out of this 16-week model. We do the 8-week classes. So who's heard of 15 to finish? 15 to finish. I love CCA. 15 to finish is fantastic. It is empirically proven to impact graduation rate. But what can't adults do each semester? Take 15 to finish. So we figured out a different way. Break down a fall, spring, winter, summer. I said winter in there. Fall, first 8 weeks. Second 8 weeks, one class at a time. Winter, compressed winter session, 5 weeks. Spring, first 8 weeks. Second 8 weeks. Summer, try and plug one in the first summer session, second summer session, third summer session. What is 8 times 3? 24. It's pretty darn close to 30. If you can compress these schedules and find ways to create pathways for these individuals to take one class at a time, they will graduate at a much higher level. If we say, take 5 different classes from 5 different instructors, get 5 books, the minute we do that to a working professional, what happens? They're gone. They are gone. It's just not going to work for them unless they love locking themselves in the closet and not having any social interaction with any other humans, which is just not healthy for anyone. The coaching piece is essential as well. Our advisors are some of the best in the business. I would challenge anyone in the world. We got the best at University of Louisville. But I know that you probably all feel that same way about your colleagues. These are the frontline individuals that make the big difference in grabbing these folks and saying, come on, we're going, we're still going. You guys stay enrolled. I know this is happening in life, but this is a solidarity movement. We're all going to lift one another up. We'll get there together. The trust and cooperation with organizations is another key, and I think the lifeblood for sustainability as an industry. So higher education, if we plug into and connect with industry partners, we can get tuition assistance from them. We can help them grow their and retain their workforce, and their employees do not have debt. So it's like a triple threat situation to sustain us as an industry. The more we partner with them through tuition discounting, through specialized programs, the more we have a lifeblood for the entirety of the history of higher education and workforce development. So find ways to find community partners, because they will send you students, and these students will be very motivated to do good work, and they could very well walk out completely debt-free. And prior learning assessment. Everyone in this room, every institution should be doing prior learning assessment. And here are the 4 reasons that I believe that. If your faculty are naysayers and skeptics, if your administration says you're taking away money out of the bottom line for tuition, here's your ammunition. Prior learning assessment in a 48 institution study, which has been replicated in a 70 institution study, which is about to launch very soon, has shown that individuals that have access to PLA increase their rate and their pace to graduation. Number 1, so people that have access, they're getting there faster. Number 2, students are more engaged, and here's why. Because you plug them into a reflective process, and you hear exactly what you heard from the video. Oh my gosh, look at all that I've learned. Oh man, I'm pretty impressive. And they feel more assimilated into the academic setting, better writers, more ready to move forward into a curriculum. Number 3, the most counterintuitive point that I've ever put on a slide, and that is students that have access to PLA take 9.9 more credits. So here's the person in your president's office saying, you're taking money away from the bottom line, taking money that we could collect in tuition revenue. Well, that's absolutely not true. And why would this possibly be a reality? How in the world could students take more credit if they're getting prior learning assessment credit? Does anybody have an idea? Yeah. So they take on more, they feel like they want to get it done, they feel engaged. They stay and they finish. Look at the national statistics on adults, working adults, and retention. It's bad. The minute we acknowledge these folks and show them that it's a clearer pathway and the light at the end of the tunnel is a little brighter, we actually get more tuition revenue because our retention rate grows so much that it impacts the bottom line positively. 9.9 more credits than those that didn't have access to PLA. So we boost retention, we boost revenue. And last but not least, and I have some philosophical differences with some of my scholars out in the field about PLA. But I state that PLA is generally awarded for non-major credit. There may be a class or two in there, but you need to tell everyone on the faculty, we are not impinging upon your discipline. We're not messing with your major. We're not taking away courses from your major. And if we do, it might be one. But we're not getting into the major because there is a pocket of elective credits where if you're going to give someone AP credit as a 16, 17-year-old for general courses, why wouldn't you give the 42-year-old mid-level executive some college credit towards their elective? So walk back to your campus and say, PLA is just AP for adults. You're okay with AP, let's get okay with PLA. So as colleges, As we've stated, and Dawn Medley, if you attended one of the breakouts, she said, as well as CCA says, as well as my friend Sarah Ansel at Student Success Strategy says, we need to really think about who we were 15 years ago and how we serve students. We served Skippy 15 years ago. Mike Krause's slide of Skippy, it really just hit home with me. And whether that was the 40s or 60s or 80s or 90s, that was the way we operated. But today we operate drastically differently. And I know that's true for the vast majority of your institutions. We're thinking much differently about how we innovate and how we're agile to meet the needs of our students. And we need to create that messaging for our people. The individuals we're reaching out to, these recruits, need to understand that we're not saying, we'll give you another chance. You know, you're probably an idiot, but you failed out. I'm sure you drank too much, whatever it was. Stop that. It may or may not be the truth. What we need to say is just give us another chance. We're different. We've grown. We understand your needs. We can fit this into your life in a way that would get you to the finish line without impacting you so dramatically. Just give me 2 hours a night. Forget Netflix for like 2 hours and focus on this content. Just put it on the shelf for a minute and focus on this content, and your life will absolutely get better. So get our students into this mindset. Find the right match. Find that content area, that discipline that works for them. Ask the hard questions so that you're putting them into a program that is going to be predictive of their persistence to graduation. Transfer articulation, and I could do a full presentation about this, but there was a recent study that showed some students up to 43% of their credits are lost when they transfer. It's not okay. You want to talk about injustice? It's not okay. The minute we transfer somebody from one institution to another, whether it be a 2-year to 4-year, or 4-year to 4-year, or 2-year to 2-year, and we don't accept their credits, that's not okay. At the university level, we have a great example of this. Someone brought in a UCLA math class. UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. You ever heard of that place? Pretty good school, right? Guess what we didn't articulate for college algebra into U of L? We didn't accept college algebra from UCLA. What the heck? Did they teach it differently? Oh man, they're really struggling as an institution from what I hear academically. And MIT. I mean, now, this is not a knock. This is absolutely not a knock on our transfer articulation as a whole, because we're just following the rules. We're doing our best within these offices just to make it happen. But we got to change the rules. We got to find a way to maximize every single credit that a person brings. Because what message are you sending to that person if you don't acknowledge their credit? Wherever you went wasn't good enough. Well, this class probably isn't like the one we teach. You need to do something different. It doesn't send a message that encourages and engages that person to jump in full-fledged into the academic interaction. So it's really important. And then prior learning assessment, whether it's CLEP or DSST or portfolio, we have to implement this. So I have a prediction. This is my Nostradamus prediction, and you have to quote me if you use it someday. What did we think of online education 10 years ago? Think back in your mind. Well, you're an innovator. Oh, it's low quality, it's a problem. Like, this flies in the face of everything we want to do as academics. This is an issue. Well, today, we know that Ivy League schools have fully online programs. So what do we think about online education today? Still many skeptics, but some broad acceptance. 10 years from today, you will feel about PLA the way you felt, the way you feel about online education today. Ivy League schools will be using PLA, and so many will be jumping in and loving PLA more than they do today. And that's because of industry partnerships. So when we do that, we really advance that. So just to wrap up, I wrote a book, and you don't have to buy it. And here's why. Because I wrote this book, and I had a launch party for this book. And my mother came down with my dad, and they've been married 53 years. They're so great. They're from Ohio. Has everybody heard the term Midwest nice? Oh God, they're so Midwest nice. Well, my mom said, well, how much is the book? And I said, well, Mom, it's an academic publisher. I'm already providing disclaimers. It's an academic publisher. It's a little more expensive. It might be used for tech. It's $40. And she goes, oh, well, that's too expensive. Nobody will buy it. So I'll close with the fact that my mom doesn't think my book is worth it. But if you'd like to hear a little more about compelling stories of adult student persistence, kick in, buy the book, and let's keep fighting the good fight and get more people to and through for graduation. Thank you.
Let's give Matt one more hand. Man, I have to tell you, I feel like I need to plug my books. I don't think $40 is too expensive at all. It's kind of inexpensive, by the way, right? Maybe I can get it electronically. I'm going to announce a few people, give them thanks. I'm going to ask you to stand up when I do, if you wouldn't mind. First of all, the Graduate Network. Bridget, where are you? Stand up, let people look at you. Kathy, where'd Kathy go? There you go. Hadass. Where'd she, what? She left? Why? Well, that's not right. Okay. Nicole. Noelle, I'm sorry. Noelle. I knew that. Sorry, Noelle. Yeah, that's okay. You won't eat with me anymore, will you? Thank you. You're so nice. That's the way we adult learners do things. Thank you. My CPE staff, Melissa, thank you. Heather, she's outside. Tell her I said great things about her. Wayne, always good, my friend. Thank you. I've also been told that our slides and handouts will be available next week. Just give Heather a call, email, or some form. She will be sending something. By the way, I will tell you, Noelle, Lee wrote this. She said Nicole. I can show you. I'm just joking. Thank you. I've been trying to get the Catholic Church to do that for me a long time. We also will include a post-session evaluation, a post-conference evaluation. We do ask that you fill it out because it is our plan to make these items better, these conferences better. Because what we know is that, in fact, we should be bringing to you those items that you can use, those items that you can truly take back. And I appreciate Matt's presentation because those things he's talking about, putting it in play, is really a holistic way of doing it. And Matt, I would agree that we need to look at our own selves, our own institutions, to see what we are doing. You know, if we keep doing things the same old way, we're going to get that. And I am a professor, so I can say this, but when we instituted the co-requisite model, when developmental education hasn't been working for decades, we got a lot of pushback saying what you're doing is wrong, it's not good learning. But guess what we found out now through our research? Not only is it good learning, they were learning more, and more people passed and got through. We've got to start thinking differently than that old paradigm we learned 150 years ago. So I appreciate that. You know, we have boxed lunches outside. We treat you right. So don't forget to get one and eat it here or take it with you. And once again, I want you to travel safely, but I want you to also think about how do you get others involved in this conversation. I want to go back to the charge I gave you this morning. I mean, conferences are great. I love networking. I love talking even. But I love all those things that tells us that we should go to them. But they're not worth the darn if we don't actually take the information back, at least something, and employ it. And just like I tell every student, adult learner or traditional student, you're going to go into a professor's classroom or do it online through Blackboard, and they're all not going to be as great as I am at lecturing, you know. So your job is truly to learn something from them, no matter how bad they are. So we hope that this was a great conference, that you're going to learn a lot from it, but we are challenging you to really do something with it. I appreciate all of you tremendously. Be safe, and thanks to everybody who is engaged in this and involved in this.